So the project that we're getting started on today is going to be a traffic cone. And over on that left bench, we've just started this project, just creating a small clear bubble. We're going to build more layers of clear glass upon this, just to kind of build up mass for the piece. And you'll notice that it's clear so far, so I want to point out that the color that we're using today is going to be a powdered glass color. And we'll have a special camera angle when that comes around, when we start coloring that glass. So for those who just joined in, over on that left bench, we're getting started with our project for the day. And once again, we have our visiting artist, Kimberly Thomas. If I haven't pointed her out already, she's kind of close to the center bench here. You may be able to see her. Now, this project is specifically going to be a sort of safety cone, kind of like this small scale one down on the front pedestal right here. And this is going to be colored using a glass powder or a powdered colored glass. And this is going to be sprinkled on kind of closer to the end so that we could get that layer of color across our entire finished piece. Now, this isn't something you'll see all the time. Usually we apply our color earlier on in the process, but we'll have a nice little view of how we apply that color. It has to be done around the corner because it's dangerous to inhale glass powder, so we do it in a special place. But as you can see, we're just kind of building up mass for this project right now, gathering multiple layers of clear glass from our furnace. And for those that haven't been in the museum before, I will point out that this is our glass furnace, the large tank with the closed door, and it holds up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So as you can imagine, inside of that furnace, we just have a giant pool of molten glass. And just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, all we have to do is stick our pipe into the clear glass and turn, and this is going to gather a ball of glass on the end. And as you can see, we've just gone around the corner and into our powder booth, which I briefly mentioned. This has a special ventilation system, just making sure our artists aren't inhaling any glass powder. They're going to sprinkle a pretty nice layer of this color across the entire piece. Once again, this is going to be a sort of safety cone, those little orange cones in construction sites. And once they start applying the color like this, that usually means that we have all of the clear glass that we need. We have all the glass we need for this piece. So we'll start to blow it out a little bit as soon as we have all the color that we need. And I briefly mentioned earlier that we have some of these pieces down on the front pedestal here from our visiting artist, who is primarily a flame worker, which is working with small bits of glass on the end of a torch rather than working with large amounts of glass in a hot shop, just as a comparison. So if you guys want to take a closer look at that, you could always come to the front row and take a peek. And they worked on some of these objects yesterday when they started this residency. They worked on these larger kind of round pieces such as the bucket and the pot and even a crushed bottle. And then today we're going to be just starting with this cone, but I'm sure we'll work on multiple things throughout the day. And for those that just came in, can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow going of Kimberly's artwork that she's made previously. And these artworks are kind of combining realism and fantasy, and they have reoccurring themes such as undesirable facets of life and human nature, freedom from the corruption imposed by society, and expansion of self-knowledge. So they're supposed to have a little bit of a darker theme, but also sort of fantasy. So as you'll notice, we'll usually start our bubbles on the side benches and then move them over to the center bench and start to fully blow them out and turn them into their final forms. So we've just come over to the center bench here. It looks like they're going to start blowing this piece out now that they have that nice rich layer of color on the outside of the glass. And once again, for those that just joined right now, we're working on a sort of traffic cone or a safety cone, kind of like this little one here, but of course on a much larger scale in the hot shop here. And to try and get a similar effect as these pieces, we're using a powdered color, which is a color on the very surface of the glass. Now, this tool that they're using at the center bench, these two metal blades, these are called the jacks. I always point them out because we use these for pretty much any piece we make in the hot shop. They've just made something called the jack line, which is a line or a divot near the pipe. This is where we remove our piece from the pipe later on. And this pad that you've been seeing Ben use off and on, this is simply just a stack of newspapers soaked in water, nothing more. And this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands on the glass. There's just that stack of newspapers in between the glass and their hand. And they're going to be able to use these newspapers to control which way the piece is blowing out. So right now it's kind of hard to see what Ben is doing right here, but he's actually going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pushing it into the end of the bubble and opening the tweezers up over and over again, and this is slowly creating a hole inside of that bubble. He's trying to create an opening into the bottom of this bubble. And now that he has that opening, he's going to be able to smooth that area back out. So now when we blow into the pipe, that air is going to be able to pass all the way through that glass and just right back out the other end. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. As you may already know, we have a visiting artist in here with us today, and her name is Kimberly Thomas. And I'll just point her out to you all real quick, just so you know who I'm talking about. It is the woman kind of near the center bench right here, just so you all know where she is. And her residency started yesterday. This is her second day. It'll go through Sunday. And our visiting artist is actually a flame worker. So right now we're in a hot shop and this is glass blowing, but our visiting artist actually works with a torch that is mounted onto a table, and we work with small pieces of glass at a time. That is called flame working. And she's actually self-taught flame worker, which is pretty impressive. And she's visiting from Denver, Colorado, and started flame working in 2009. These are some of examples of her pieces down on the front pedestal here, as well as some of the pieces that she kind of wants to blow up and create on a larger scale in the hot shop. They've already made a few of these pieces yesterday. Right now, we're currently working on the traffic cone. And so at the center bench, we've just started our bubble here and opened up the end of it. And our color for today is pretty interesting. We're applying a powdered colored glass. We're sprinkling that on the surface. So the color's only on the very surface of the glass. And this is going to give us some different special effects with the color. And it's also going to be just right on the surface. So it's going to be a little bit less glossy, which will give us more of a realistic look sometimes. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or questions for our visiting artist, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. And could we actually have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going of Kimberly's artwork. So I do actually like to compare glass with lava. It's so hot that it's radiating heat and light, which is why the glass is orange. So as that glass cools down, we'll be able to see more and more of that true color. And somebody was just asking me about the temperature of the furnaces, so I'm just going to share that with you all real quick. So in the back here, I'll just point out this do not open sign is hanging on a glass furnace here. So this furnace holds up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have two of these glass furnaces. They only hold clear glass, I'll point out. And then these open face furnaces here, they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so maybe a little bit hotter, just to heat up that glass more quickly again. And we will be using these torches on and off throughout the day as well. This is just running at around the same temperature as the furnaces. The torches actually run off of oxygen and propane, and the furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Natural gas, kind of like a natural gas stove. And as you saw, I'm going to let it crack or break from thermal shock. It's also going to make sure it's not too hot and kind of moving around or changing shape. And they're getting started on the next section of the piece over on the left bench once again. You can see it up on the screen. So this process of attaching these two open bubbles together is called encalmo, and I'll be able to explain that a little bit more in just a bit. So over on that left bench, after we gather clear glass, you'll frequently see us use the block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool that some of you guys saw. But next we go in with the newspapers. This is simply just a stack of newspapers soaked in water. That's that pad that Jack is using. And just as a little reminder, this is the second part of our piece. These two pieces of glass are going to be attached together. That first piece you saw earlier and this one here. And we actually have a slide kind of showing off the encalmo process. So up on the screen, you could see a diagram of the encalmo. You could see we connect two bubbles together to create one bubble, but it's going to have this clear layer of separation between the two colors. We'll be able to have two colors just side by side with that nice crisp line in between. Yes, so once again, right now we're working on making a traffic cone, which is just an orange cone with a white ring around the center of it. And there's a smaller example of one here that our visiting artist made on the torch. And if anyone does want to get a closer look, you can come to the front row here at the bottom of the stairs and look. And I'll also, actually, you guys already saw the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. That was also some good examples of some other pieces that artist flame worked. But these pieces are extremely detailed, and the color makes them look pretty realistic. And we're hoping to achieve that same effect today by using powdered colors rather than original or previous processes. So I want to point out what's happening up on the screen. So we've gone around the corner to our powder booth, and we go to this special booth because we can't inhale powdered glass. It'd be really dangerous. So this is going to have a good ventilation system and kind of pull that glass powder away from the artist. But this is going to be applied to the surface of the glass many times until they have a nice rich layer of colored glass. Yeah, so once again, this is how we're coloring our glass today. You usually won't see this when you come into the hot shop. And each time in between gathering layers of color, they're going to have to heat this glass back up enough for the color to stick to the surface again. So when we cool our glass down, it has to cool down through a process called annealing. And that means that it's going into those large black boxes over on the far walls. And we have them on either side of the hot shop. And they have to go inside of this box at least overnight so it doesn't break from something called thermal shock. So a good example of this is pouring hot water onto a frozen windshield maybe, and that's going to crack that glass. So if you heat up glass too quickly or if you cool it down too quickly, it's going to break, shatter, possibly even kind of explode sometimes. So we have to be really careful with cooling it down. So at the center bench, they're starting to blow this bubble out now. Still using that stack of newspapers soaked in water. And using this stack of newspapers, we could kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out completely. So if we hold the newspapers on the bottom, this is going to create a squatter wider shape. As you saw, this is kind of blowing the bubble out to the sides. And as you remember, these two pieces of glass are going to be joined together. And this is going to create the ring of white around this traffic cone here. So we'll be joining 3 pieces of glass together. And to continue stretching this glass out, they're hanging the pipe and the bubble down. As you can see, this is creating a longer, kind of thinner shape of the glass bubble. And we're now finally starting to use that torch. Once again, this torch is used to just heat specific areas of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So the texture of the glass right now is sort of a taffy or putty texture, so it is moving. And it's moving relatively rapidly, so they're able to work with it pretty quickly. But it's not moving like honey. It's not a liquid, so they still have a lot of control over this glass. And this is hollow. Right now we can't see through the glass because it has that color on the surface, but it is completely hollow right now. It's just one large, long bubble. And welcome to those who recently joined us. If you haven't heard already, we have a visiting artist today, Kimberly Thomas. And that is the woman at the center bench there. Just wanted to point her out to you all in the purple shirt. And she's actually a self-taught flame worker. So in the hot shop, we are glass blowing, but There's something called flame working as well, where we have a table-mounted torch, and we work with small pieces of glass on the end of that torch, usually in the form of rods of glass. And so these are some examples of pieces that Kimberly has made down on this front pedestal here. They made a few of these pieces yesterday into a larger glass-blown scale, and right now we're just working on this orange safety cone at the center bench. And we've already created a section of this piece earlier, and it's sitting inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it is about to get a little bit loud again, I'm sorry. But our visiting artist is actually visiting from Denver, Colorado. She started flame working in 2009. So welcome to those who just joined into the hot shop. At the center bench, we're working on the second section to our piece. Our current piece that we're working on is going to be a orange traffic cone. We have an example of this down on the front pedestal here. A very small example. This is flame working. Flame working is when we make small pieces of glass art. Well, I guess we could technically make larger pieces, but this is a table-mounted torch. So you can imagine there's just a torch on the edge of the table, and we work with small pieces of glass at a time, usually in the form of rods. And at the center bench, we're working on the second part to our piece. This is going to use a technique called encalmo. And could I, actually, never mind, I can't pull up a diagram quite yet, but we're going to be attaching two sections of a bubble together. And this is going to create that really nice crisp line in between the orange and the white of the safety cone. As you may know, we have sort of that white reflective tape sort of around the cone itself. And so you'll see that come together over time. But at the center bench, they've actually opened up the end of this bubble completely. So now if we were to blow air into the end of the pipe, it would just pass all the way through that glass and just out the other end. And this is going to allow us to attach that second part of the bubble. And could I have that encalmo diagram now, please? Perfect. So up on the screen, I just wanted to point out the encalmo diagram. This just gives you a better visual of these two sections of the bubble coming together to create one bubble with two colors. So this is how we get that really nice, clear separation between two different colors for one piece. And our colors that we're using today are pretty interesting. You may be able to see it a little bit later on as well, but we're using a powdered colored glass actually. So this color is just being sprinkled directly onto the surface of the glass, And it's going to give us even more of a realistic texture than if we were to just have that smooth, glossy glass on the surface. And once again, our visiting artist, Kimberly Thomas, could we have her artwork up on the screen? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow going of some other examples of our visiting artist flame worked art. And you'll notice with these pieces, she's kind of combining realism and fantasy, and there's a lot of reoccurring themes, including the undesirable facets of life and human nature, freedom from the corruption imposed by society, and expansion of self-knowledge. So there's a little bit of some dark themes as well as some fantasy combined into some of these pieces. And you could even see that with some of these pieces on the front pedestal here. If anyone wanted to take a closer look, you could come down to the bottom of the stairs here and take a peek. And once again, our clear glass is sitting inside of the large tanks with the closed doors. This is where we start our projects usually. So just to point one out for you, this is where we're holding our melted clear glass. And then these open face furnaces we're using for reheating only. So you'll notice we're using them over and over and over again. We want to keep that glass hot, so it's kind of a taffy or a putty texture. And then we'll be able to continue blowing. Now, these furnaces run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, those open face furnaces. And we have 2 of them on currently, just so we can work on 2 parts of our project at the same time. So as you can see, they've just heated up the openings to these 2 sections of the glass piece. And they've brought them together at the center bench, and they're just going to connect those openings together, just like the Encalmo diagram that we saw up on the screen earlier. And now that we have them connected, they're just going to make sure that those connections are extra secure before being able to break off one of those pipes. As you can see, they're applying some water. Then they tap the pipe, and that breaks up part of the pipe cleanly off. So now we have these 2 sections of the glass completely attached. And as you can imagine, this is going to give us 2 completely separate colors on our piece. We'll be able to have a ring right in the middle of our piece. And just a reminder, in case you guys didn't already know, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention, and I'll come right over to answer that question. It can even be a question for our visiting artist, such as maybe the inspiration behind these pieces and how she can relate to them personally. So if anyone has any questions, ask away. So I will point out that our visiting artist is the only person on this hot shop floor here that doesn't work at the museum. And then everyone else here is actually a Museum of Glass employee for the most part. And so these guys, they've been working with glass for a really long time, even including our visiting artist. Some of them were taught in school, some of them learned by themselves, like our visiting artist. And some of them can learn through kind of apprenticeship, which is like studying under one person. So there's a few different ways to go about it. And they all have completely different stories of how they started blowing glass. So you guys did join in the middle of the process. So how everything starts is, you remember I was explaining the glass furnace earlier. It's basically just a giant pool of molten glass inside of that tank. So the way we start is just by gathering that glass on the end of our pipe. It starts with a really small single gather. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and turn. And just like sticking a wooden dowel in a pot of honey, all we have to do is turn and it gathers a ball on the end. And that's pretty much the start to any project. Then we build layers upon layers of glass on top of that and blow into the end of our hollow pipe, which is kind of like a straw. And this is going to pass air all the way into the glass and create a bubble. So when we're working with these hot pieces of glass, whether it's on the end of a torch or in the hot shop, it's going to be really hot. We cannot touch any of it. So we have to use various tools for glass blowing. So in this case here, you can see we're using a lot of different metal tools and wooden tools. And the same thing would apply to the torch. So we have things like tweezers. And sometimes, honestly, we even use like little dentist tools for sculpting the glass and everything. So we can get some really fine details in there. And once again, just in case there's a few new people here and there, we have our visiting artist in the front talking to some guests here. So if anyone else has any questions for our visiting artist, feel free to catch my attention and I'll let her know. But right now we're currently working on an orange traffic cone. And so at the center bench here, we're starting to open that cone up. We have a smaller example of it here on the front pedestal. These are all created by our visiting artists in our glass as well. But this type of glass is called flame working. It's a really small scale glass art, and you can get a lot of detail by working in that smaller scale. So now she's making a larger scale version of some of her pieces in the hot shop today. And I made a few of those examples yesterday, including a bucket and a pot and a sort of crushed bottle. And our visiting artist, she's visiting from Denver, Colorado, and started flame working in 2009. And she's actually a self-taught flame worker, so she has gone on this journey. So as you can see, they've completely flared out the black section of the glass. So this is going to be the lower section of the traffic cone, basically that part that's kind of keeping it stable on the ground. And then of course they have the orange traffic cone itself, which is attached just on top of that black ring. Now we haven't used this small handheld torch yet, so I just want to point out this torch real quick. This is the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which you remember our furnaces run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's over double that heat in just a really small torch. So we're going to be able to get some really nice fine details in the glass using this torch. You could even see the glass glowing in that area. So since we have this perfect shape now, they're going to start kind of cutting away to create a square bottom for this traffic cone. And then I believe as well they're going to be kind of crushing the cone up and kind of making it look a little bit more gnarly on purpose, just like our little example here on the front pedestal as well. So now to create that more square shape for that bottom section of the traffic cone, they're going to be using a pair of shears, which you can imagine are kind of like glass scissors. So they're cutting all that excess glass away. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined. Want to give you all a little introduction as to who we have here and what is going on. So today we actually do have a visiting artist. This is Kimberly Thomas, and that's the woman in the purple shirt and the kind of sparkly apron over there. And she's actually a self-taught flame worker. So flame working versus glass blowing. Flame working is usually creating smaller objects using a table-mounted torch and smaller pieces of glass on the end of that torch, kind of in the form of rods usually. So she created all of these forms on the front pedestal right here. And currently you can see we're working on the traffic cone right now. And we have another little example of that here. And we've gotten our two separate colors for this piece using a process called Encalmo. I wanted to share this because you guys missed the process earlier. So could I have that image of the Encalmo real quick? Thank you. So up on the screen, you can see an image of the Encalmo. You can see we join two sections of two different bubbles together to get two different colors for one blown piece. Thank you. At the center bench, they're just working on making the bottom of this traffic cone square by cutting off sections of that round bottom, just to kind of make corners and sharp edges. And to cut off those sections of glass, they just need to heat up a really small section at a time using this really hot handheld torch there that you can see Ben using over and over again. They don't want the entire piece to be so hot that it's moving around, it's uncontrollable, so we're just using that small torch to focus on one area at a time. So there they go with that torch again. And once again, the bottom of this traffic cone is black and the rest of the body is orange. But whenever we're heating glass up, it's always going to look orange because it's radiating heat as well as light. You can kind of picture it like lava. It's going to be glowing from how hot it is. But as this glass cools down, we'll be able to see more and more of that true color. And since you guys weren't here for the beginning of this process, I want to point out our glass furnace, this large tank with the closed door right in the back there. We have two of these. There's one on the other side of the hot shop as well for those who couldn't see over there. And these hold 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that point, the glass is going to be kind of the texture of honey. It's going to be very viscous and sticky. So just to gather it on the end of our pipe, all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass and then turn. It's going to stick to the pipe and form a ball on the end. And then we just blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and that expands the glass like a balloon. So this is how we start pretty much any of our blown projects, with a small clear bubble. And our color today is actually a little bit different than what you might usually see at the museum. We used a powdered colored glass. So we sprinkled this on the surface of the glass and then blew our bubble out to form this shape here. So the color is actually on the very surface of the glass. And if I didn't mention already, these open face furnaces that we're using, this is just reheating the glass, and it's running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, usually just a little bit above that molten temperature so that it heats the glass up more quickly. And right now, most of the piece is pretty solid, probably right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we want to make sure that our glass is relatively solid, but it doesn't drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't want anything to be moving around while we're working on this small section. But if it drops below that temperature, it will crack and break from thermal shock. And just a reminder, this applies to the entire audience. If anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It could be questions about the glass process, or it can be questions even for our visiting artist, maybe her inspiration behind the pieces, and then I can grab her attention for you. But all you have to do is raise your hand. Yeah, so this is still our first piece of the day. We started this when the museum opened at around 10, so this piece has taken an hour and a half so far. And depending on the complexity of the piece and how experimental it is, it's going to take definitely longer than something that's well practiced and a lot smaller, something that's not as complex. These pieces can take maybe up to 3 hours usually. So the torches are actually running off of propane and oxygen, and the furnaces are simply natural gas and forced air. And so I believe the torches, they have a little bit more of a focus flame because they have that propane and oxygen. And as you can see with this small torch, I just wanted to point out real quick that they're just heating up the edges of the glass now to get rid of that jaggedness that they have. So we use a lot of different wooden tools in our hot shop, and it looks like we might start using those ones pretty soon. And these are different paddles. We have some wooden paddles and some corkwood paddles. And these are going to kind of gently push the glass into a different shape. We usually use the paddles for flattening parts of the glass, but in this case, we'll see what they do with them since we are kind of going for a little bit of a distorted, kind of crushed cone. And using this large fluffy flame, you can see that they're heating up just the lower section of the cone now. So once again, we don't want the entire piece hot all at once, otherwise we could kind of lose control of the glass if it's all moving around quickly. So they're just going to heat up one section at a time and start to alter it to create a little bit more of that kind of crushed, imperfect look for the cone. And I think that there's quite a few new people in here, so could I actually have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork again? Thank you. So up on the screen, you're going to see some sketches from our visiting artist, as well as some previously made glass pieces from our artist. So yes, these pieces you see up on the screen are made out of glass, and this is using something called flame working. So there's a table-mounted torch, and you work with small rods or pieces of glass on the end of the torch at a time. And you can create smaller, kind of detailed objects out of those pieces of glass. And of course, the background of these pieces, such as the grass and the box, these are kind of mixed media pieces, but the objects in all of these pieces are made out of glass. And our visiting artist now has the chance to create a larger scale for these pieces in the hot shop. And so yesterday they worked on 3 of these pieces here. They worked on the bucket and the pot and this crushed bottle here. Now they're working on this cone, and I'm sure they'll work on more for the rest of the day as well. So now this is where all the shaping for this piece is going to take place, where they're going to give this piece a lot of character. So our visiting artist is actually going in herself and working on this piece. And once again, she is a flame worker, so working with this small handheld torch and a sculpting tool may feel pretty natural to her already. Whenever that happens, I always say we should just give them a round of applause for their effort because they've worked for so long on this piece, an hour and a half so far. And honestly, it's pretty exciting when glass breaks sometimes. Luckily, no one was injured. Now, when glass breaks, they just let it cool down enough to put it away. And because this is colored glass, we can't really reuse this. It's been diluted inside of that clear glass, so we will have to, sadly, just kind of throw this away. We should get started on our next piece relatively soon here. Now, this just happens when the glass gets too cold. Most likely, this was from thermal shock, cooling too quickly. And they're just going to discuss their next steps here. And could we have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So just in case anyone new has joined, I want to show you all our visiting artist artwork up on the screen. So these are all small flame-worked pieces, once again, using a table-mounted torch, and then smaller pieces of glass on the end of that torch to create these really small detailed pieces. And this is a sketch of one of our visiting artists' most prominent artworks, and she's hoping to create some of that in the hot shop as well. Now, because they were working on that piece for a long time and it's just broken, they're just going to take a few minutes to themselves, get some water, and kind of discuss what they're going to create next, what their next steps are going to be. So they are getting restarted on that same project that they were just working on at the center bench. And this is all going to start with just a clear bubble on the end of a hollow pipe, as you saw. They're going to gather a couple more layers of clear on top of this bubble to build mass for the piece. And we are going to be creating 2 different blown bubbles, and then eventually connecting these 2 different blown bubbles together to get that really clear line of separation in between the 2 colors, which is going to be black and orange for our cone. So as you can see with this bubble, they've taken a stack of newspaper soaked in water, and they've kind of tapered the shape of this bubble. Now we have a little bit of a pointed end and a little bit of a longer shape to this bubble. And this is because they're going to be dusting a colored glass powder over the surface of the bubble, and they need this long shape for the powder to be able to reach all the way across the bubble evenly. And so they're just creating this long shape before they do so. And when they apply this glass powder, they will seemingly disappear around the corner, but we'll have a camera angle of what's going on around the corner. And this is them using the powder booth. The powder booth is going to keep that powdered glass contained. It's pretty dangerous to inhale, as you may imagine. And this nozzle is just blowing some compressed air. And they'll use it to cool the glass down a little bit more rapidly so that they can gather their next layer of glass sooner. So there, Gabe has just gathered one more layer of clear glass, and he actually allowed a lot of it to drip off. And this is called a strip gather. They're allowing that glass to kind of strip off. And they're giving the glass a thinner layer of clear, and this is just if they need a relatively exact amount or if they just want to cover the surface of the glass with hot clear glass. And over on the left, they've just used a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the pipe, cooling it down pretty rapidly. They need to use this frequently after using the clear glass furnace. And now up on the screen, this is a view of our powder booth. And the camera makes the glass look purple, but it is glowing orange, just to point that out real quick. So this glass powder is just going to stick to the surface of the hot glass, and they're going to have to do this a few times to build up a nice thick layer of that color for their piece. And it looks like this one is going to be our black layer of glass, which is going to be the bottom of our traffic cone. And these pieces down on the front pedestal, if I didn't point them out already, these are our visiting artist pieces. These are made out of glass, and this is flame working. So there's a table-mounted torch. You take small rods of glass and create smaller objects. You can usually create a lot of detail as well. So these have a lot of detail in them, and these were made by our visiting artist. I'll make sure to point her out when she comes back onto the hot shop floor. And we are currently working on this traffic cone here. And here's our visiting artist. Just wanted to point her out to you all. Once again, Kimberly Thomas. And while they're applying this glass powder, you can really see how that tapered shape is helping them get that powder all the way to the end of the bubble. And usually once they have enough color and enough glass, they'll bring it over to the center bench where they start to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. In this case, they're just going to blow this out a little bit and open up the end of the bubble. It's going to be interesting. And then they're going to connect two bubbles together. If I haven't shared that already, this is called Encalmo, where they attach two bubbles together to create two different colors directly attached to each other. And could I have the Encalmo diagram for just a moment, please? So up on the screen, there's the Encalmo diagram. I just wanted to point that out. So they're going to create something like the left shape. Not exactly like it, but pretty similar. And welcome to those who just joined in the hot shop. Right now, we are currently working on a traffic cone, and we have a smaller version of it here down on this front pedestal made by our visiting artist, and she is a flame worker. Once again, a flame worker is when we have a torch mounted to a table, and we work with small rods of glass at a time using the flame on the end of that torch. So you can create some really small, detailed objects, and you guys are welcome to take a closer look at those. But could I actually have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork? So since there's a few new people, I just wanted to put this slideshow up on the screen. This is our visiting artist artwork once again. And all of these small objects are made out of glass, despite how small and detailed they are. And this large fluffy flame here, I probably haven't mentioned it yet, but this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, usually between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. This torch they can use to heat up smaller sections of the glass at a time, instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, as they are right now. And once again, we're blowing this bubble out a little bit, and then we're actually going to open the end of the bubble up to create the first section to our Encalmo. And could I have that Encalmo diagram one more time, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just wanted to point out this diagram real quick. We're creating a shape almost like the one on the left, but it's going to be attached to a hollow blowpipe, just like the image on the right, but it's going to have that sort of round shape, just like the image on the left. So at the center bench, Ben is now using a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, to start to carve a line into the glass near the pipe, and this is called a jack line. This is where they're going to break this bubble off of the pipe later on. And for those who just joined, we are working on a traffic cone made by our visiting artist, who is a flame worker. So this is a much smaller scale version of what we're attempting. And once again, our visiting artist is at the center bench there, Kimberly Thomas. And she started her residency here yesterday, and this is going to go through Sunday, so we have plenty of time to create these objects. And she's a self-taught flame worker. which once again is a table-mounted torch. We use small rods of glass to create smaller pieces, such as those on the front pedestal. And these pieces are combining realism and fantasy, as you'll see. And if you wanted to take a closer look at these pieces, I could explain a little bit more about them. You're welcome to come down to the front of the audience here. And these are displaying some recurring themes, including undesirable facets of life and human nature, freedom from the corruption imposed by society, and expansion of self-knowledge. So these pieces are supposed to have a little bit of a darker theme as well as a fantasy theme. And the glass that they're working with at the center bench here is actually black on the very surface of it. Right now it's so hot while they're working with it that it doesn't look black quite yet. But as it starts to cool down, we'll see more and more of that true color. And right here, it's kind of hard to see what Ben is doing, but he's actually going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's pushing into the center of the end of this bubble and then opening those tweezers up each time he does so. And this is slowly opening a hole into the bottom of this bubble. And this is how we're creating that first section to our encalmo, which you remember are the two different bubbles that are opened up and then attached together. Now, to save a little bit of time, while they're continuing to work on the black section of this piece at the center bench, over on the left bench, it looks like Jack is getting started on the second half of the piece, which is going to be the larger orange cone, of course. Then once again, this black section at the center bench, this is going to be the base of the cone, where the cone is sitting, basically. And for those who just joined, we are currently working on a traffic cone, just like this tiny little miniature version on the front pedestal right here. And these all were made by our visiting artist today, Kimberly Thomas, who's sitting at the center bench, on the table by the center bench to be more specific. And we created a few of these pieces into a larger scale yesterday. We're trying to create the cone into a larger scale currently. And could I have our visiting artist artwork up again? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow going of Kimberly Thomas artwork. I just wanted to point out once again to any newcomers that she is a flame worker. So all of those small objects, including the bricks, the chairs, the bathtub, all of those small objects, they are made out of glass completely. The color, the texture, everything, including these pieces down on the front pedestal here. Now, these sceneries, these are mixed media, the grass and the moss itself, but all the objects are glass. And once again, so we are in a hot shop, and this is where we make blown glass. This is usually a much larger scale, but flame working is when you have a torch mounted onto a table, and you work with smaller rods of glass on the end of that torch. There's a picture of her working with that glass there on the end of that torch. And Kimberly's started her residency yesterday, Wednesday. This is going to go through Sunday, so we still have quite a bit of time to make all of these different objects. Yesterday we made 3 of these objects down on the front pedestal here, including the pot, the bucket, and this small crushed bottle as well, but of course in a larger form using blown glass. And she hopes to make some products kind of like this one up on the screen and some of these sketches that you see here. These ones are really special to her. And all of these objects are kind of combining realism and fantasy. And as you see, a lot of the items kind of look as if they are reused or garbage. And this is a recurring theme, including undesirable facets of life and human nature, freedom from the corruption imposed by society, and expansion of self-knowledge. So some of these pieces are supposed to be a little bit dark. Some of them are supposed to be a little bit more fantastical. And some of them are kind of a combination of fantasy and that darkness. So they've seemingly disappeared around the corner, but this is them actually using the powder booth. And the powder booth, you can see a view of it up on the screen, is where they're going to sprinkle that colored glass powder onto their piece. And they want to do this away from where they can inhale that glass powder. It's pretty dangerous. So this is in a small ventilated box. Then once they have enough of this color, they should be able to start to blow this piece out. And this is the orange section to our cone. So we've already created the first half of our bubble, that black section. Now we're working on the orange section, and eventually we'll connect the two together in a process called encalmo. And just in case you guys haven't seen it, could I have the encalmo diagram for a second? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just wanted to point out this diagram real quick. So we created the first half of that bubble, and this is probably more similar to the left side of this image, and now we're creating the right side of this image. And I just wanted to remind you all, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to grab my attention, such as raising your hand, and I'll come right over. And it can be questions about the glass process, like temperatures of the furnaces, or it can be questions for our visiting artist. And you can ask things like what her inspiration for these pieces are, or her personal connection to these pieces. And right now, someone is blowing into the end of the hollow pipe, and Ben is sort of able to guide which way this bubble is blowing out as it expands using this stack of newspapers soaked in water. Despite how simple and odd that tool may sound, it's very commonly used in the hot shop, and the heat does not travel through to our hands. Now, hanging the pipe down at an angle like this with the glass towards the floor, as you could see, is giving us a much longer, kind of narrower shape for this bubble. We're basically using gravity as another one of our tools to stretch this glass out and get a longer shape. And they're going to continue to blow this out until they have a sort of cone shape, or even maybe a little bit of a pear shape, because they can continue to alter this later as well. But they need this one section furthest away from the pipe to be a little bit larger than the section that's towards the pipe, just to get that cone shape. So if you were here for the earlier section we worked on, the black section of this piece, they opened up the end of that black bubble. They're going to do the same thing here, opening up the end furthest from the pipe using a pair of tweezers usually. And then they'll be able to connect the two bubbles together. Once again, this is called an encalmo, attaching those two sections of the bubble together. So now that they've opened up the end of this bubble, once again using that pair of tweezers, they pull the opening of this piece out a little bit, and they're going to trim off that excess glass using a pair of shears, which you can imagine are kind of like glass scissors. And that excess glass just drops on the floor. We'll let it cool down. But now we should have a pretty even opening to this piece. They're going to smooth that out and get that second part that we made earlier ready. It's been resting in the garage, which I maybe forgot to mention, is keeping it nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass at that temperature is not going to change shape or melt. It's not going to be cold enough to crack or break from thermal shock. 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is a pretty nice resting temperature for it. And while opening the end of this piece up a little bit, they're using a wooden paddle to push down on the opening as well. And this is just smoothing and evening that lip out. Just making sure there's no unevenness, so that connecting point between the two bubbles is perfect. And once again, this glass at the center bench is orange. Right now it's really hard to tell because the glass is going from hot to semi-cold, maybe around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But the glass will turn back to its true color once the piece is fully cooled down to room temperature. And that process is usually at least overnight, so we're not going to see that true color until tomorrow, most likely. So right now in the furnaces are just heating up the very fronts of the pieces right around those openings. And this is going to heat up both those sections enough for them to attach them together. So you can see how hot those two connecting points are. That first piece is brought over to the center bench, and the two openings are connected. So now two bubbles have become one bubble, and we have an orange section and a black section. Now to break this unnecessary pipe away, they just apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe, and that usually breaks it cleanly off. So now we have those two pieces connected. Once again, the black section is going to be the lower part of our cone, the part that's kind of resting on the ground. And then the orange section of our cone is just the main body, which is why we have that cone shape to begin with. So now they just have to make sure that that connection is really smooth and secure. They're going to go in and start to smooth and heat all of that up. And because those two pieces of glass were just hot, there's still quite a bit of heat maintained in the piece, so they only had to go into the furnace for a little bit. You could see we have this bright orange heat. And every now and then you'll see them start going in with this torch. They're going to be torching the back end of the piece, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe itself. And this is because this is the last thing going in the furnace, first thing coming out. It's naturally the coldest part of the glass. They want to maintain a balanced heat across the entire piece so that they don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And for everyone who just joined in, as you may have seen, we do have a visiting artist with us today, and this is Kimberly Thomas. That's a woman sitting on the table kind of next to the center bench here, just to point her out to you all. And she's actually a self-taught flame worker visiting from Denver, Colorado. And she actually has some pieces on display on this front pedestal right here. So all of these small objects are made out of glass, down to the texture and the color. It's all glass. And we are transforming some of these smaller flame worked pieces into larger, kind of closer to real life scale pieces out of blown glass instead. And so we've just attached two sections of glass together here. This lower section that's really hot right now is actually black. As it cools down, you'll be able to see more of that true black color. Since it's so hot right now, it's just going to glow orange, kind of like lava. And right now they're currently working on flaring this lower section out. They want that black section to be flat. It's where the traffic cone is going to be sitting on the ground. And just to let everyone know who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. This can be questions about the glass process or even questions for our visiting artist, Kimberly Thomas, maybe her inspiration behind the pieces or her process. Now at the center bench, these two blades that they're using, they look pretty similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have two wooden blades. And using these on the inside of a piece is going to allow them to kind of push from the inside out and expand the piece from within. If we were to do that with the metal blades, as you can imagine, this is going to kind of scratch and gouge at the glass. This is going to be a lot more gentle. And right here, Ben is carefully marking the bottom of this piece with a piece of chalk. And this chalk is going to stick to the glass so that they can see where they need to cut the excess glass off, because they don't want the bottom of this piece to be round. They want it to be squared off, just like a traffic cone. So they're going to start cutting off some excess black glass within that bottom black disc. And to start cutting the excess black off, they're going to go in with this small handheld torch here. And this torch is super hot. It's the hottest item in the hot shop, but it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself, sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch is going to very quickly heat up a small section of glass at a time. In this case, they're creating a line right across that black, and they'll be able to cut just within that line. And while they're continuing to work on small sections of the piece at a time, they have to continuously go back into the furnace and heat up the entire thing overall. And this is called flashing. They're just making sure that everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, so that they don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And welcome to those who just joined in the hot shop. I want to give you all a little overview of what we have going on. So today we have a visiting artist, Kimberly Thomas, and that's the woman at the center bench in that big shiny apron. And she's actually a self-taught flame worker. If you don't know what flame working is, that's when we have a torch that's mounted onto a table, and we work with small sections of glass at a time, usually in the form of rods, to create smaller, more detailed pieces, such as beads, or even in this case, we have all of these objects that our visiting artist has made, of course, over on this front pedestal. And I know it's kind of hard to see, so could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow going of Kimberly's artwork. So all of these small glass objects are completely made on the torch out of borosilicate glass. And this is a much harder glass than we use in the hot shop. So we can actually take it out of the heat for a longer time. There's just so many benefits to having that harder glass. And at the center bench, they've just started heating up sections of that black part on the bottom of the piece. And for those who just joined, this is a traffic cone. So the black section they're trying to square off just to create a nice base for this traffic cone. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. As you can see right now, we're working on a traffic cone at the center bench. And we're just working on squaring off the bottom of the traffic cone for right now. It started off as a pretty round disc. And then once we finish squaring that off, we'll just start kind of sculpting and detailing the rest of the entire piece, just giving it a little bit more character. And this is based off of the traffic cone that's down on this front pedestal here. These are all pretty small objects. These are flame worked, so when we have a table mounted torch, we can work with really small pieces of glass on the end of that torch, which is how these pieces were made. And these were all made by our visiting artist at the center bench, Kimberly Thomas, once again, the woman sitting on the table near the bench. She is the one that made these pieces. And right now, since we're just working on the bottom of the piece at a time, we have to make sure that the entire piece is staying overall nice and warm as well. So they're going in with that large fluffy flame, and they're continuing to torch the back end of the piece and the larger sections of the piece overall, making sure nothing drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And right here, Ben is actually going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And I always like to mention that when we use a wooden tool, the important thing about wood is that it's an insulating material. So touching the glass with the cork is not going to cool that glass down very much. It's going to allow it to maintain its heat so they can continue to move that glass around. And whenever they use the cork wood, they'll usually go in with that little broom, and they're just making sure no particles are left on the surface of the glass. Otherwise, they could be permanently melted into that glass. And for those who just joined, as you can see, we're currently working on a traffic cone. And this is based off of this little miniature that our visiting artist has made using flame working. Flame working is having a torch that's mounted onto a table. You work with small amounts of glass at a time, usually in the form of rods, kind of like the size of a pencil. And she has created all of the objects on that pedestal there. Now there are some mixed media components in the larger sections, but if you were to look closely, each of these individual objects, color, texture, everything is made out of glass. And at the center bench, while they're working with this cone, they're purposefully trying to kind of twist it around and add some imperfections, just like that cone that they have on the front pedestal. And since we have a few new people here and there, could I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of Kimberly Thomas's artwork. Once again, that's the woman at the center bench here with that shiny apron on, just to point her out. And her residency started yesterday. This will go through Sunday, so they have plenty of time to work on all sorts of her objects here. And our visiting artist is going in herself and adding some extra details to this piece. And once again, continuously while they are working on this piece, no matter how small the details, they're going back into that furnace, making sure the entire piece is nice and warm overall so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And for those who recently joined, once again, you can see we are working on a traffic cone currently. So this lower section of the piece, that square kind of geometric section, is actually black. As it cools down more and more, you'll be able to see more of that true color, because when glass is hot, it's just going to glow orange no matter what, kind of like lava. And this was designed by our visiting artist, Kimberly Thomas. And she's the one currently sculpting and working on this piece right here. Now, if I didn't mention it already, thought it would be interesting to share since you guys weren't here for the earlier process, but this piece actually started off as two separate bubbles, one orange bubble and one black bubble. Then we opened up the ends of both of the bubbles and connected them together. And this process is called incolmo when we connect those two pieces together. And this gives us two completely different colors just right side by side for our piece. As you can see, that orange is very clearly connected to the black, but there is that really nice crisp line of separation all the way around. And our color itself was applied in the form of powder. So we can crush glass up so far that it turns into a powdered glass. And this is just one of many ways of coloring the glass, but all we did was we created a clear glass bubble with all the glass that we need, and then we sprinkled that color completely over the surface, covering that bubble. So for anyone who recently joined, over on that left bench, it looks like we're keeping our traffic cone nice and warm. And as well as keeping it warm, we're applying some excess color to the very outside of the piece. Now, most likely this is going to be a color that makes the traffic cone appear maybe dirty, and they'll be able to brush off any excess powder that they don't want on the piece while the piece is still relatively cold. Now, these pieces that we're making today, these are all designed by our visiting artist, Kimberly Thomas. And for those who don't know who that is, she's over on the left bench there with that shiny silver apron, just to point her out to you all. And she's actually visiting from Denver, Colorado, and is a self-taught flame worker. And if you don't know what flame working is, this is when we have a table-mounted torch. We actually work with small pieces of glass at a time, usually in the form of rods, to create small detailed objects. So these were all created by Kimberly Thomas. They are small detailed glass objects. And we're just working on that traffic cone for right now. And we actually were working on one of these earlier, and it ended up breaking. But we've come a lot further with this one. And at the center bench, Gabe is actually working on a clear glass sort of connection. This is eventually going to be connected to the piece over on the left bench so that they can break that piece off of the pipe that it's currently attached to. And the second pipe that we prepare to attach to a piece, such as this one here, is called a puntee. And there's so many different kinds of puntees depending on the type of piece that you're working with. In this case, it looks like he's creating 3 prongs out of that clear glass. So it could be called a 3-prong puntee. So now they're just bringing this punty over. They're just going to check to make sure all of those points are lined up properly. And Gabe brings that back over to the left bench to just adjust those prongs a little bit more. They want to be connected right around the opening of the underside of the cone. So now it looks like they're happy with how those prongs are laid out. So they're going to start heating up the very ends of the prongs only. They don't want the entire prong sort of structure to be moving. They just want those connecting points to be nice and hot to stick together. So while they're heating up just the very ends of these prongs, this is going to allow the rest of the prongs to cool down as well. And as you can see, we have a little ball on the end of each prong as well. And this was done very purposefully so that when we attach it to our piece, it's really easy to break off later on, just from that little connecting point in between the ball and the rest of the prong. All we have to do is break that section of glass. And now they've just brought that punty back over, and this is attached to the very bottom of our piece, right around that opening. And once that connection has set up a little bit and they're satisfied with everything, all they have to do is apply some water to the jack line, which is that little divot right by the pipe on our main piece. So there they go, applying some water, causing some shocking and cracking in the glass. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And it looks like that was a successful break. So now they just have to work on the top section of our piece, kind of even all of that glass out. So after heating up just the end of this piece, they were able to open this up just a little bit. And Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And as you can see, this is stretching that neck of this piece out, kind of thinning the glass out, straightening it all out. And they're going to just trim all of that excess glass off that he pulled out. And then they'll be left with some nice, straight, even walls. And this glass is relatively thin, so continuously while they're working on a section of this piece, they're going to be going in with that large fluffy flame and torching any connections that they're worried about, torching any thin areas of glass they're worried about. So it looks like they've actually completely cut off the top of the cone. So we actually do not have an opening at the top of the cone anymore. And our only opening is at the bottom of the cone now, which is attached to those 3 prongs, as you may remember. And for anyone that recently joined, I think that there's a couple new people in here. Right now, as you can see, we are creating a traffic cone. And this is our visiting artist design. Our visiting artist, once again, is Kimberly Thomas at the center bench sitting on the table there with that silver apron. And while they're working on this piece, could I actually have Kimberly's artwork up on the screen? Perfect. So up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of Kimberly Thomas's artwork. And I will point out that she is a self-taught flame worker. And flame working, you'll see a couple pictures of her doing up on the screen, but we have a torch mounted on a table, and then we use rods of glass to create small objects. So each of these objects you see up on the screen, these are all completely made out of glass. And up on the screen, you could see an example of that table-mounted torch here. There's Kimberly working with some glass. These torches can create some pretty large flames, actually, so you can create larger objects if you want to, but definitely not quite as large as the hot shop. And you'll notice with each of these pieces, they're kind of combining realism and fantasy, and they even have some kind of dark themes to them, sometimes a little bit of heavier meanings, as a lot of these pieces are made out of garbage. But at the same time, they have this sort of fantasy feel. So some of these pieces are about kind of escaping reality. So now they're going to start warming this piece up a little bit overall again, and they're going to start sprinkling some more of that glass powder onto the surface of the piece. And some of you may have been here for that earlier. Some of you may have just heard about it. But we'll have a good view of them doing that up on the screen in just a moment. Maybe 15 to 20 pounds. But it feels much heavier when it's on the end of the pipe because of the leverage. So now they've just gone around the corner to the powder booth. This is just a little box with some really good ventilation. It's going to make sure that we're not inhaling any of that glass powder as we're sprinkling it over the surface of the glass. And can we have a view of the powder booth, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's a good view of that powder booth. The cone is a little bit blocking the camera, but you can see we have the glass powder sprinkled onto the surface of our cone. And this is going to create the white sort of reflective marks on the cone itself. So while the glass is still relatively cold, they're able to just wipe off any excess glass, which is what they were doing there. So now they have those two pretty crisp white lines on their cone. Now, each time they're melting this layer of powdered glass down, you can see it almost seems as if it's kind of thinning out, but this is just melting that powder down into the surface of the glass and showing that it's truly not as rich as it can be. So they have to actually apply multiple layers of this white for it to actually be a solid ring of white around this entire piece. So they're heating this up over and over again and applying that white. They're trying to make sure to hit the same line every time so that they don't have very much overlap of different layers of white. And since there's quite a few people that didn't see the very beginning of this process, I just want to point out our glass furnace real quick, the large tank with the closed door here. I think it just finished charging, melting down new glass. And this holds up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's where we've gotten all of our glass to even start this project. And it just started with a very small amount of glass, just about this size on the end of a pipe. And then we blew a small bubble into it and just continued from there, layering many more layers of glass on top, and then finally sprinkling some powdered glass, just as we are right now as well. And the powdered glass is the only color that we've used so far today. We haven't used any other types of application techniques, but there are many different ways to get color in our glass. And if I haven't mentioned this small torch to those of you that are new in the crowd, this small torch is the hottest item in the hot shop. As you can see, it's heating up the surface of the glass almost as soon as it touches it. And this is going to allow us to create some really nice fine details in our pieces. In this case, our artist is going in with a pair of tweezers and starting to kind of scratch at the surface of the glass. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Just for any newcomers. Now, right now, they're just working on some final touches, adding some extra detail into this piece. And you'll notice while we're working with the glass, sometimes somebody's holding up these wooden paddles. And this is usually to shield the artist's hands or arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass. And it is actually pretty hot. If you have your hand pretty close to the glass, it feels like it's burning it pretty quickly, even in a matter of just a couple of seconds. So shielding can be important. So once again, we've brought this cone over to the left bench. It looks like we're going to apply just a little bit more white powder to those white rings up at the top of the piece. And we always move over to the left bench to do that just because it's closer to the powder booth, and we want to make sure that the glass isn't in the cold air for as long as possible, or for as short as possible. We do not want the glass in the cold air. So once again, we have gone to our powder booth, and can we have a view of that for those who haven't seen it? Thank you. So this isn't the most incredible view, but you can get an idea of what this powder booth looks like. It's just a box with some really good ventilation in it. It's going to make sure that our artists don't inhale any glass powder as they're working with it. And because we have all of these scratch marks in the glass as well, when we apply that powder and then wipe the surface of the glass, it's going to stay in those cracks. And sometimes this is purposefully done to give the appearance of a piece maybe being dirty or having cracks of a different color going through the piece. So just layers upon layers of many details here with this piece. So once again, we keep continuously torching this back end of the piece because it's the last thing going in the furnace and the first thing coming out. We want to make sure all those connecting points are nice and warm so we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And in that connecting area, it's especially important because we have kind of fragile connections. They're small, they can cool down pretty quickly. And if the connecting area is to break, then the piece could fall on the floor. So we're being really careful. And it looks like they're preparing to break this piece off. You can usually tell when we're getting ready when you see somebody getting suited up in those Kevlar gloves over on the right side of the hot shop. And to break this piece off, they're just going to apply some water to these small connecting points in those prongs. And this is going to cause some shocking and cracking in the glass just in those small controlled areas. And then to break this piece off, just like earlier, all we should have to do is tap the pipe and it should break off into those Kevlar gloves where it can be safely carried away to be put away. So now they tap the pipe. And this is going into the annealer where it's going to slowly cool down at least overnight. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. Looks like that was a successful break. So the annealer is sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to slowly cool down with the press of a button. And we will not see that piece until tomorrow, just so that it safely cools down without cracking or breaking. And does anyone have any final questions before we go to our lunch break? All right, so we will be back in about 1 hour from now. And up on the screen, there will be a little slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork, as well as the time that we'll be returning. And thank you for stopping by. All right, welcome into the hot shop. So today we actually do have a visiting artist, if you didn't already know. And our visiting artist today is Kimberly Thomas, just to point her out to you all. And we actually have some of Kimberly's artwork on display on this front pedestal right here. So if you guys wanted to take a closer look, you're welcome to. But she's primarily a flame worker. And what that means is that she works on a table-mounted torch with small pieces of glass at a time. And this allows her to create really small pieces with a ton of detail. So each of these individual objects are actually all made out of glass, the color, the texture, everything. And this is a type of glass called borosilicate. It's a much harder glass than the type that we use in the hot shop. So we can get some finer details without worrying about it breaking or just becoming a molten mess, really. And earlier we were working on making this traffic cone, and it was actually very successful. It was put away, should be safe, it'll rest overnight, and we'll see it tomorrow. And they are going to get started on their next project over on the left bench, I believe. And I will ask what they're getting started with. And could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there will be a slideshow going of some of Kimberly's other work as well. And once again, all of these objects are made out of glass. And you'll see with this slideshow, all of these pieces are kind of combining realism and fantasy. And there's some reoccurring themes, including a couple of little dark ones, such as undesirable facets of life and human nature, freedom from the corruption imposed by society, and expansion of self-knowledge. So these pieces, they have a little bit of a darker meaning, but they're also a fantasy. So some of these pieces are kind of floating as if you're escaping reality in a way. And there's an example of our artist doing some of that flame working. There's an example of that torch. Gives you an image for my description. And for those who just joined, I wanted to give you guys a little overview real quick. So today we do have a visiting artist, which you may have already seen. This is Kimberly Thomas, and she's the one in the purple shirt down at the center bench there. And her residency actually started yesterday. It's going to go through Sunday, so we have quite a bit of time to make all of the items that she wants. And she's actually a self-taught flame worker. So all of her items that she brought for display are down on this front pedestal here. And you guys are totally welcome to take a closer look by coming to the bottom of the stairs. But these small objects are completely made out of borosilicate glass, which is a hard, kind of scientific glass. It's the same glass used to make beakers, just as an example for you guys. And they made 3 of these objects yesterday. They made the pot, the bucket, and this crushed bottle here. And today they've made this traffic cone, and that was a really big project. It was fun. And now they've moved on to making a slipper, which we also have a miniature of, but it's super, super small, so it's kind of hard to point out. And at the center bench, they've just attached a second pipe to the end of this slipper so far. And this is most likely so they can break this slipper off from its original pipe and start working on the other side of the piece. So there they are applying some water, then tapping the pipe just breaks that piece cleanly off. And now we have access to the other side of the piece. And all of our color today, I'll point out as well, is coming from powdered colored glass. And this is going to make sure that the color is right on the surface of the glass, and it also gives us some textural elements. So at the end of our projects, they'll take a specific color, maybe brown or gray, and then sprinkle this over parts of the project, almost as if it's dirty. And then they can even wipe off any excess powder, and it stays inside of any cracks that there are. So we can really create extra detail using this glass powder. It's really fun to watch. So I just wanted to point out for anyone that hasn't been in the hot shop before that we usually get our glass from these large tanks with the closed doors, just to point them out to you guys. There's one in the back over here. This is the one we're currently using. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then our open face furnaces throughout the hot shop usually run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Just usually depending on how thick the glass is and how quickly we want to heat it up. And our furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. Our torches run off of propane and oxygen. And we'll be using these torches later on, especially to get some finer details in our glass, such as this small handheld torch here. I always like to point this one out because it is actually technically the hottest item in the hot shop. That small flame can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we use it to create some really fine details, so maybe we'll be using it to create the straps of the slipper, for an example. Yeah, so over on the Marver, that's that large metal table there, looks like they're continuing to flatten this slipper out. And they're just applying pressure to that glass using a wooden paddle. And the wooden paddle is important because wood is actually an insulating material. So if we're touching the hot glass with the wood, it's not going to cool that glass down. The glass maintains its heat for longer. It's not going to cause any rippling on the surface of the glass from a cold tool. And earlier, I'm not sure if they did it this time, but earlier they were using a special plate that had grooves in it to give the underneath of the sandal texture. So they're really putting a lot of different designs and some really small details into this piece. And it looks like they were still using a grooved plate because I see those grooves on the underside of the slipper. And there's a good view of that, the grooved plate up on the screen on top of the Marver. Just wanted to point out that picture so you could see the texture of our slipper. And it looks like they're using this torch to heat up the sides of the slipper only. They're going to be able to stretch it out and get a longer shape. If we were to heat up the entire thing overall, it would kind of try to shrink down on itself and form a ball of glass again. So sometimes we have to heat just very specific areas of the glass at a time. So after heating that glass up one more time, they're disappearing around the corner to the powder booth. And there's a good view of this up on the screen. So that glass is hot enough that that powdered glass will stick to the surface and start to create a layer of color. In this case, it looks like they're just applying some more white to maybe make the surface of this glass a little bit less translucent. And whenever they go and use the powder booth, you'll usually see them using the bench right next to the powder booth. And this is not because the furnace is any different. This is just because the furnace is closer to the powder booth, so they don't have to run across the hot shop and leave the hot glass in the cold air for very long. So it looks like this time around they've added a light layer of pink over top of that white. And as you may remember, this is going to be a sort of comfy house slipper, so they are going to be adding that sort of half dome over the toes at some point. And whenever it comes to the detail for these pieces, our visiting artist herself is stepping in and starting to carve and etch into the glass. And she was doing this earlier with our traffic cone as well. So she is adding all the details to this glass art, as well as just designing them in the first place too. And it looks like right here we have a tool almost like a butter knife being used. And sometimes you will see the artist using just an actual butter knife to carve away at the glass. And welcome to those who just joined into the hot shop. I just wanted to let you guys know that at the center bench we're working on a slipper, if you can tell. And this is based off of an even smaller glass object that was previously created down on this front pedestal here. And all of these objects here were created by our visiting artist that we have today. Her name is Kimberly Thomas, and that is the woman who's sculpting at the center bench currently. Now, she is primarily a flame worker, and if you don't know what that is, it is just a table-mounted torch, and we'll work with small amounts of glass at a time to create these really small, detailed objects in this case. And yesterday they made a few of these pieces as well. They made the bucket, this pot, and then a bottle as well. And then today we've actually made this traffic cone, and that was a huge project. It broke once, and then we had to make it again, so it took up quite a bit of time. So we've taken on just a little bit of a smaller project for the end of the day here. But they're still applying as much detail as they can for this piece. And this is eventually going to turn out a sort of light pink color. And over on the Marver, that's that large metal table there, they have a plate laid out that they're pressing this glass slipper onto so that they can further sculpt it and also just have a little bit of leverage against that glass. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. At the center bench, we're currently working on a slipper, and this is eventually going to turn out a pink color. Right now it's kind of hard to tell what the color is just because this glass is so hot. And to get extra texture and detail for this slipper, you'll notice up on the screen that we're actually using a grooved plate on the bottom of this slipper. So if we were to look at the bottom, it has taken on all of those grooves, a texture kind of like the bottom of a shoe. And they're just continuing to perfect and work on this specific piece, adding as many details as they can. Something interesting about today's glass art is they've been working with powdered colored glass today. That's how we're coloring our glass. So rather than maybe a color overlay, which is going to give us a smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, we have the powdered glass, which is going to give us just a little bit of imperfectness, which is exactly the texture that they're going for this time. They want it to be more lifelike, not super glossy and perfect. And if I didn't mention it already to you guys, this small torch that they're using here is ideal for sculpting and creating these really fine details, because this torch is super hot. It's the hottest item we have in our hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. As you can see, wherever it touches the glass, it pretty much instantly melts the surface of the glass. And this allows them to just work on a very small area at a time, thus giving us some really fine details. So just these orange pieces here, right? So these were just color tests of our earlier piece, I believe. And the piece that we made earlier was actually this traffic cone here, except on a much larger scale, of course. And so that piece, we did luckily complete it, and it's been set aside, cooling down very slowly, so we won't see it until tomorrow. But I believe that they went with the darker color. So all these pieces on the front pedestal are just various pieces that our visiting artist has made using the flame working techniques, which is just a table mounted torch and then small rods of glass to create small objects. And so it's very, very different from the hot shop, but that specific project that you've brought up has not been created yet, and we do not have it on display. But they're hoping to make it out of larger scale blown glass during this residency. And it's going through Sunday, so we do have quite a bit of time to accomplish that. And could I actually have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork? Up on the screen, you could see a sketch of that contraption that you were talking about. And there's multiple variations of this, it seems like. There's just different ideas of what she can create. And there's an example of it right there as well. So she has made them out of that flame-worked glass before, but she doesn't have one on display right now. And of course, after finishing a piece, they usually use a little bit of water at that connecting point to break it off. And then finally, this is carried over to the annealer, which is where it's going to cool down slowly overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And right now it's just sitting at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then usually once they have everything they need in there, they press a button and it slowly cools down over that period of time. And something interesting is over in that left annealer are the pieces that they made yesterday. So yesterday they were working on some more of these various objects, such as the bucket and the pot and some crushed bottle as well.